points is the headline. Stock futures inch higher ahead of the big inflation report. Again, thank you for the just beautiful headline. You know, maybe I just build my own news site. Maybe I build my own news site, and it just filters for stock-specific articles that have come out in the last, I don't know, 4 hours, or from last night, and it just filters out anything that's bogus. No kidding. Wednesday's inflation data should be a big deal for the Fed CNBC. Thank you. What else is going on? CoreWeave surges 18% in the pre-market. There we go. After a cleaner quarter. Cleaner meaning better, but not great. Mortgage rates finally stopped rising, causing demand to trickle back. We've got Houthis attacking. Come on now. Let's settle it down. Where's this peace deal that Pakistan was talking about? Biggest movers pre-market, earnings, and earnings. We've got CoreWeave just reported it's a strong second quarter, fine. Norway's wealth fund. New York City Council, okay. Lilly sues 6 companies over illegal sales of experimental obesity drug retatrutide. What a name. Retatrutide. Who tried? You tried. No, retatride. Okay. Google's new AI boss inherits a race to catch OpenAI and Anthropic. That's right, they lost their head of DeepMind. Tesla, EVs dominate what? EVs dominate China's car market. We know that. Boeing and Airbus, Kramer, Hormuz closures, something in Wisconsin. Japan intervention has failed so far. We know that. Riskier corner of the bond market is alive. Trump accounts get a permanent paycheck contributions with employer matching. Interesting. Bullish Hood. All those accounts are on Robinhood. Hood? Question mark? I know we've got 821. Again, we're just killing some time ahead of the CPI. Treasury yields are a little changed as investors await key inflation data. We saw that earlier. Cardinal Health in the headlines here. Social Security and AI agents alarming hacking skills creates a rush to spend on cybersecurity. I wonder if that makes sense. PanW, CrowdStrike, Fortinet, Rubrik. I mean, come on. One of the strongest themes in the market right now. Okta, all of them. Okay, that's what we got. Wow, I like that name. Mavis Mook. Mavis Mook. Mavis Mook. How are we? I was looking for see if there's a little picture of Mavis Mook next to the article. Great name. Great name. All right, let's move forward here and just jump on over to the charts. We're going to be flip-flopping a little bit back and forth towards the paperwork when the CPI inflation data comes out. But we'll do a little top-down. Let's do it. Grab yourself a sip of coffee, tea, water, whatever it is you got at the desk. Remember, complimentary items on me this morning include handmade caffeinated drinks from Svetlana, the one, the only Svetlana, whipping it up behind the bar. And, she's not just a barista. She does much more than just whip up the handmade crafted drinks there. So make sure to treat your barista well. That's not our only role. And as always, we'll jump on over to the charts. Grab yourself a sip, grab a coffee, a donut, a cruller, if you will. Please just leave me a plain donut. I do not want a chocolate glazed donut. I do not want a regular glazed donut. I just want a plain donut, old-fashioned donut. That is my jam. Here we go. I'll see you at the screens in just a second. Grab a sip, and we'll get over there. Okay, sips have been taken. This is not exactly what I wanted to land on. This is Wi-Fi. This is what we were still looking at back when we were going through the earnings calendar. Not a bad look here in terms of, okay, it's the pattern within the pattern. Right, I see it. It's the pattern within the pattern. So do we hold the 200 SMA, break this, we're gapping up, of course, and start to do something on Wi-Fi? I don't know. Hasn't really been a leader of the market. It was kind of interesting here trying to handle out. Is this still like a weekly handle? I don't necessarily think so. Just do this real quick. Yeah, I mean, a little tough to call it a weekly cup and handle. You probably would have wanted just more sideways over here, or even here, and then the break to be successful and go. Not really a failed. That looks like a failed breakout, right? So, I need some work. Need some work here on this Wi-Fi. Anyway, go on over and do some top down, starting with the 4-hour ES futures. Here it is. This is exactly where we want to be. what do we see here? I mean, headed into the CPI report, are we bullish or are we bearish? This is just, as we know, balance range, breaking the upward direction, brand new all-time high, flagging it out at the all-time highs. You could take out the last two trading sessions and nothing would change here. Like you could say, oh, Monday didn't trade, Tuesday didn't trade, no change. You're just inside of this flag range, which honestly, sideways correction, right? How do we correct markets? This is classic, like technical analysis 101 stuff. You correct via time, or you correct via price. Either you pull back, or you go sideways. That's it. Those are the only two ways to do it. I don't know about you, but so far this is looking pretty darn sideways. Pretty darn sideways. So I'd say we've got ourselves a nice time correction. This is a clock. Don't worry. It is a clock. It's not quite a stopwatch, but we could make it into one. We just go like that. Not bad. So there's our sideways correction through time. It looks bullish holding up here at the highs. We have not really accelerated underneath not only the previous left side peak, but the lows from back over here last week. No acceleration underneath that. We kind of came into it yesterday, and we're bouncing right now in the pre-market. Remember, CPI comes out in approximately 5 minutes, and we're looking for a cool print to send the market higher. If it doesn't, if not, right, then and we go lower, okay, we learned something. If it's a hot print, our base expectation is lower. If the market doesn't go lower and we go higher instead, okay, we learned something. So in terms of what happens in the next 5 minutes, like I said, my guess is that we're going to come in line or maybe a slightly cool read. Right? So in line at expectations or a slight beat of expectations, meaning coming in underneath. If we miss, if we see a big miss, what's the worst thing that could happen here? A big miss on CPI offers us what? Okay, we fail the time correction and we price correct. Are we still not in a 4-hour uptrend? Right? We zoom back out for a second. Are we still not able to say, okay, time correction isn't really working, we need a price correction and we're here, and we're seeking a higher low? Right? Question mark? That would look pretty compelling to me. So I would look for something along those lines. I don't hate either outcome here on a cool or a hot CPI print. Kind of go either way, right? So that's that. Wow, it looks like we have a very disappointed market participant from the foot sand. I read the message real quick before it got taken care of. Very disappointed market participant. Market's rigged. Yeah. I mean, come on. Play the game or don't play at all. Like know the rules of the game and play along or just don't play. That's it. You choose. Let's take a sip of this coffee. Sounds like somebody who's blown up too many times trying to short it. It's got to be lower. It's got to be lower. It's all rigged. This is BS. AI doesn't work. It's got to be lower. Short it. Short it. Short it. What are you doing? Really? Come on. All right, numbers will come out here in about 2.5 minutes. Let's go to the NQ futures. Checking in on the NQ futures. What do we have over here? Same idea, right? Here's your junk drawer from prior. We know that we've been consolidating in the junk drawer, and honestly, the market's done a really great job of moving up over the daily 50, setting that higher low over the midpoint. So, in my view, it's not bad. It's really not bad. This little ascending triangle, okay, over the 50 SMA, towards the top, that pressing the junk drawer high. Can we kind of flag it out and go? Big question to ask and answer. So that's the way I see it currently. CPI 2 minutes ago, until the report is released. NQ looks good. And honestly, if we look out over at the Russell, don't you think if the market was expecting a hot CPI print, don't you think the Russell would be failing this flag? It does set us up for a little bit of a disappointment, I would say, is the only problem there. So the market is kind of signaling, we're thinking it's cool or in line, kind of like the way I'm thinking about it. If it comes in hot, it will be a pretty major disappointment, right? Just because the way that this, not IWM, it is IWM, but it's also RTY. Just the way that this is positioned here makes me think a miss, pretty disappointing for everybody who's thinking it's going to come in line, right? So the resilient Russell, Johnny Quid, I like it. Trademark it, register it, copyright it, get the lawyers all over that one. So that's the Russell. Go back on over those ES futures. Let's start to get a little bit more granular. Oh, I don't know. What do we like? Do we like the 5-minute? Do we like the 5-minute chart headed into CPI? We don't need quite as many moving averages on the screen here. Let's get rid of this. Wow, we're getting a little jumpy, a little antsy ahead of the print. Let's just clear up some of those moving averages. There we go. Just have a VWAP on there. A VWAP in the 50, which is underneath this point. But let's see what we get. New overnight high has already been set. Just a reminder, folks, we are expecting CPI. Loading JC, our senior news correspondent, by the way. JCAI, let's run it. Reminder on CPI, we're expecting on the non-core print, we're looking at a year-over-year 3.4, and month-over-month we are looking for a 0.1. On the core, we're looking for a 2.4. There it is. Market's getting giddy here. Core year-over-year 2.5. Sorry. Yeah, 2.5. And the month-over-month 0.2. There we go. Numbers are out. 8:30 on the clock. Markets are trying to go higher. Markets are trying to go higher. They front ran the number on that one. Boy, oh boy. Is that all those firms who have the Truth Social API? Who's doing that? Who's front running the number at 8:28? Truth Social Trump API getting the data 30 seconds early. Interesting. I'm sorry, it's endorphin. It's just endorphin. Front running it. Don't worry. All right, little pop to the upside. What do we actually have in the numbers? As we know on the actual price action for TA, technical analysis, we like to give them about 120 seconds. 120 seconds. Breaking snooze, JC, our senior news correspondent, has got us covered. Month-over-month actual comes in our 0.1, forecast 0.1. Would you look at that? At expectations. 2.4 and 0.1. Took in the books. In line, right? And then the core year-over-year is at a 2.5, forecast 2.5. And the core month-over-month, 0.2, forecast 0.2. Cooking the books, my friends. CPI comes in exactly how the chefs out back wanted it to. All right, that on the screen like that. Very nice. Very nice. We'll continue to let that simmer for about another 15 seconds. Excuse me. All right. Let's go ahead and take a look through some of the paperwork. Not the probably not the move that many people. Well, actually, you know what? I take it back. This is a fine move. This is a fine move. The market is it's not really moving sporadically because we come in line with expectations. That's fine. But you know, we're also not breaking down in a big way. We're not breaking out in a big way. The reason I don't think that, you know, I shouldn't say don't think. The reason I didn't. Okay, gather these thoughts here. Gather these thoughts. Come on, land the plane. It's better that we're not gapping out of this range because now we have a way and a reason to potentially brigade bolt out of the flag. Right? We can brigade bolt out of the flag and potentially look for that setup. It's not what we quote unquote call a professional gap up out of the range where you're left chasing with your tail between your legs, thinking like, oh, geez, didn't want to get too long ahead of the CPI, and now I'm stuck chasing this gap up. Right? So not too bad. Not too bad there on out in a long time. I hope everything's going well. Remember, we chatted a couple times way back. Good to see you. Real good to see you. Hope you're doing well. All right, let's move forward. Which means moving to go take a look at the paperwork. Here we go. Let's jump on over to this, and let's just go take a look. Give this a click and a click, and let's take a peek. Okay, we want the detailed report. This is where we get to have some fun. What's the price of peanut butter in China, huh? Let's go take a look. Detailed expenditure category. Although this is going to be what's the price of peanut butter in the U.S., huh? Get it. All right, the column we care about is this one all the way to the right. Seasonally adjusted percent change. This is the column of interest all the way to the right, June to July 2026. And you can see just as a reminder as we scroll down, they should make this a sticky header. But you got to talk to the UI folks over at the BLS site, right? You got to make this a sticky header. I wonder, oh boy, if I was in Chrome, I could make it. This is not Chrome, so I don't have DevTools. Or do I? Oh, we've got DevTools over here. You could make this. Can I make this sticky in an easy way? Hang on. Write me some quick CSS to make a T-head sticky in Chrome DevTools. All right, let's. Oh, here we go. If I could do this. I'll do this. Oh, we're cooking with fire. We're cooking with fire. I mean, come on, folks. If that's not proof of AI making your life easier, I don't know what is. I mean, come on. You saw it here first. All right. Okay. Can't get too excited about the little things. Or maybe you know what? It is a good thing to get excited about the little things. Let's jump into this. We've got food. Food comes in downtick. Nice. That's bullish, right? People are not having to pay through the nose for that price of peanut butter in China. But let's have a little bit of fun. Let's just look for things that are extreme outliers, ones or beyond. Looks like cakes, cupcakes, and cookies are inflating. Oh boy, birthday parties are getting more expensive, huh? But other bakery products are getting cheaper, such as fresh sweet rolls, coffee cakes, and donuts. I guess I'll, no need to tip the barista this morning. I didn't have to pay that much for the donuts. What else? Anything in here? What are our steaks doing? Of course, beef steaks over here. A little bit of inflation there. Okay, bacon though on the downtick, great. Looks like ham's getting a little bit cheaper. What else is going on here? Shelf-stable fish and seafood. I love me some tinned fish. You might say, dude, you are a sicko. You eat sardines from a can? Yeah. Yes, I do. Sign me up. Give me some beans. Come on now. What else? Shout out to my guy, Elijah. Beans. If you know, you know. I don't think many people know. That's okay. Fresh fruit is inflating over there. We've got, what else? Oof, lettuce. Uh-oh. Lettuce. It's not gonna go well, as we know, with all these lettuce problems. What else is going on here in inflation? Dried beans up a little bit. Non-frozen, non-carbonated juices. Okay. What else? What else? Salad dressing. Deflationary. Um, okay. Where was peanut butter? Peanut butter even show up in here? There it is. Flat. Flat on peanut butter. Bullish. Go. I'm loading the boat. I think I got about 6 jars of it waiting for me back down in the nation's capital. Can't wait to get back to those. What else? They're just sitting there. Never go back. Energy. This is where we care about stuff. Energy commodities coming down. You can see in here. That's good. That's good for inflation, right? The more volatile side. Kevin has a little bit of cover still to say something like, oh, we're still just trying to look through the energy shock. So on a little bit more of a serious note as we pick through the paperwork, this is actually important. Very important to see energy come down like that. What else? I mean, all of it, right? Straight down the list. Doesn't matter what you're looking at. Other motor fuel, fine. Electricity, a little bit of an uptick, but after deflating that much the prior month, fine. What else? What else? What else? What else? Stock specific stuff or anything market related that's like moving the needle here. Non-electric cookware and tableware. Buy yourself a set of silverware. What else is important? Boys apparel. Boys apparel up. Women's apparel. I mean, I guess these outerwear items are up, deflating elsewhere. Boys, we got it tough. Got to pay slightly more. That's a joke. I get it. Women's clothing. Boy, have you ever? Shut up. Very expensive. Very expensive for like what? Like a little piece of cloth. You get it. services. Come on, get me down towards, we're having a little bit of fun looking through some of the fun ones, but I really care about the services. Medical care commodities, down. Okay, interesting. Now getting towards services. Sporting goods, a little cheaper over here, it looks like. Seeing a lot of negative numbers. Seeing a lot of negative numbers here. 1.4, infotech commodities, interesting. Your server racks and your monitors, those things are inflating. Okay. Computers, peripheral, yeah, there you go. Smart home assistants. Alexa, Alexa, play. What's the Rick Roll song? Anybody want to actually say it? That way we can get everybody who's listening with volume cranked up through the TV to get their Alexa to play it in unison. What else? Come on, let's focus here. Let's get a little bit towards the shelter number. Okay, we had our fun, but this is where the rubber hits the road. Shelter, it comes in where, wow, actually beating expectations. Rent of primary residence comes in exactly as Zillow mentioned it would. Zillow's estimate was 0.25 to about 0.27. That was the Zillow estimate for this number, and obviously, you're going to round that up. You're not going to round it 0.25 and a 0.27 down. So a 0.3 is exactly as Zillow says, but this is interesting. Lodging away from home, falling off of a cliff. Nobody's going on vacation, or post World Cup, they're just taking prices and slashing them. Interesting. Interesting. So believe it or not, this actually is not. I mean, shelter coming in at a 0.1 is interesting, but this is a little bit of a deceiving number. I'm curious, how did we arrive at this conclusion? How did we arrive at this conclusion with a 7.7 here and owner's equivalent here, and yet the shelter number's here? I mean, I guess the math is, if that's just such a sizable deflator on lodging away from home that it moves the needle at a 1.4. I don't know. This is a little funky, a little smelly over here. Something doesn't smell right on the shelter number. I would keep an eye on this. I would keep an eye on this. Obviously, right, every single time. Oh, this is the most important CPI print since the history of CPI. They always are. But the next one, I get it. The next one would be pretty telling because this seems a little funny that you have such a repressed read, only based on that. So let's just pay attention to that. Also, lodging away from home, I maybe I don't live high enough on the hog, but lodging away from home, does everybody do this like maybe, I don't know, once, twice, maybe 3 times if you're lucky, right? Per year? I guess lodging at school is a different story, but vacations, I mean, how many families do you know that are on vacation like all the time? I guess it depends on what types of circles you're running in, but boy, oh boy, it doesn't seem like the average person is going on 3 vacations a year where this actually moves the needle for their budget. So this shelter number, something a little funky here. Rent of primary residence at a 0.3. Owner's equivalent rent at a 0.3. I just pay attention to it. I pay attention to it. That's what I got. Okay. There's some fun ones towards the bottom. As we know, we have I believe it's tickets, like parking tickets, parking and other fees. Deflating. Feel free to park the car anywhere in a no parking zone, and you'll be saving about 1.8% on that ticket this go around. Okay. So interesting there. Airfare up on fuel costs up 2.2%. That's a month over month. Yikes. Ship fare though, interesting. Ship fare down big time. You'd think the other way. Ships, and you're pushing a huge hole through the water. Anybody who knows the physics of either sailing or boating, anything, you're pushing a hole through the water. Very inefficient. Unless you're on like a hydroplane or something like that. Or yeah, it's very. Anyway, what else? Pets.com, nothing. Frat parties. Frat parties are more expensive. All right, enough's enough. It's 8:43. It's 8:43, and I think it's time to get back on over to the screens and do what we do best. And I don't know about you, but I think the biggest win of this entire CPI paperwork run through, sticky header. Sticky header, one simple line of CSS was all we needed. Beautiful. Just a simple recommendation for the UI folks over at the BLS. All it took was one line of code, and you've got a much better user experience. I would probably also on, you could use something like a div watcher or whatever. Uh, just make this collapse. We don't need all this. Like you could collapse this into something that big, and then boom, it just says like smaller text or date numbers. If you want me to consult for the BLS UI department, it's going to be billions and billions and billions of dollars. But anyway, let's move back on over to the charts and do best. Here we go. All right, speaking of billion-dollar commissions, we are looking good here on these ES futures. Nothing that I would complain about at all. We can, of course, update our overnight high up here, and you guys know the deal. We are going to jump into our 3.5 questions. Auto zoom, not auto arrange. And let's take a peek. Usually we don't have the VWAP on here. We don't really need that. So we remove that VWAP for now. And let's get going. All right, this is a 5-minute chart. We want a 15-minute chart. All right, feeling a little bit better. Let's do the thing. Let's get the job done here. All right, 3.5 questions. Number one, where are we opening relative to the previous day's range? You can clearly see that we're inside of prior day's range. So that is a decently neutral phenomenon, right? This is not like an, oh my goodness, rip it, send it to the moon, we're gapping up to new all-time highs. This is bullish, so let's just say up arrow, squiggly arrow on number one. Let's move along to question number 1.5. Remember, it's 3.5 questions, never 4. Number 1.5, we are opening inside of the value area. Yesterday's value was just mathematical, right? There's no point to the two-sided trade. Anybody? Point to the two-sided trade yesterday. Not there. So as it relates to number 1.5, I'm going neutral on this. I don't necessarily feel one way or another. And honestly, the more I think about the market, the more I think of it in terms of just the major balances. Right? This is the major balance, and this is the midpoint. Well, I don't see this as anything all that compelling. Sky's got us covered with the Trueflation number. Trueflation 2.25 core and Trueflation non-core 1.63. How did we come up with such a big discrepancy there? 4 at a 2.25, non-core 1.63. Unless I'm reading something wrong here. I have to look into that. Because wouldn't the core version stripping out volatile food and energy? Because energy was, I guess, it was a source of deflation, disinflation. Yeah, I'll have to go take a look at that. Sorry, I'm cheating and taking a sip. Let's go ahead and move from 1.5, which is neutral, inside the midpoint of the major balance range. Question number 2. Number 2, where are we opening as it relates to the overnight range? Overnight high is up here. Overnight low is down here. As it currently stands, we are opening towards the overnight high, right? We get a nice little up arrow there on question number 2. That's fine. Looks good there. No real reason to fret about the overnight range. Move along to question number 3. Don't fret. Where are we opening relative to the previous day's settlement? Settlement, as we know, is spelled with a C. C for settlement. Settlement. There we go. How much time above, how much time below? A little bit of time below, time above. A lot more time and distance spent above in the last ever since Eric took that amazing long at 1 a.m. Nice movement to the top side there. So as we know, this kind of gives us a situation where let's just go out on a limb and say, I don't have the abacus. I will be back to the abacus, believe it or not, for Friday. Friday we will have an abacus in hand. I'm excited for that. Nonetheless, point number 3. I do this. Oh, actually, we got some fun on the desk. If anybody can guess what this is. Any guesses this morning? That's it. It's kind of loud, so I'm only gonna do that twice. But if anybody can guess exactly what that is, maybe there's something for you. So I'll leave it pretty open-ended. It's got to be exactly what it is. Pandemonium. Are you do you have a Ring camera or an Amazon camera set up somewhere in my house? Pandemonium. Send me an email through the contact form on the website. I can't promise you. I've been very bad at getting to emails recently, so apologies. But Pandemonium, send an email through the contact form. Just immediately, no hesitation. Altoids, Altoids, no hesitation. Pandemonium, send an email. We got to get you something for that. That was just too fast. Too fast. Incredible. Oh boy, oh boy. All right. Number three, based on our Altoid calculation, this is approximately 95% net long. 95% NL, net long. Very good. Very good. All right. Yes. Yes, indeed. It was Altoids. Altoids. Arctic Curiously Cool Mints. Peppermint. In the little, in the tin. Very good. All right. I think we're good here on the three and a half question. Three and a half questions. Something in the air this morning. ES futures, all set. Let's move into the pathing ideas here for today's session. Remember, the main idea that we were trying to get through is that this is a balance range. We are time correcting. We are not price correcting. And thus, as long as we kind of continue to go sideways, whatever. Maybe it's next week. Maybe it's today. I don't know. But so far, an inline expectation on CPI, a little drift higher, right? Market participants, the way I'm thinking about this basically is, okay, the unknown event, the big scary CPI, right? Big scary CPI event that everybody's like, oh, we can't get too positioned ahead of CPI. What if it's hot? What if the market goes to zero? Reasonable, like as a risk manager, reasonable, like I get it. But now that this is in the rearview mirror, right? What does everybody need to pile back in and say, geez, we got to get long from this follow 3-day low from Tuesday, and like, let's come on, got to start putting the exposures on, and we see the market drift higher now that the unknown is in the rearview mirror. I mean, not a bad idea. I don't think that that's too bad of an idea. So, in my book, some of the pathing ideas will probably revolve around trying to look long out of this flag. Right? We pulled back yesterday. Did sellers do anything meaningful to follow up? No. So, starting pathing ideas. See this previous morning low. Oh, it's kind of confluence with our gray bar zone around that 772, 773s. If we could hold that, right? So consolidation here is bullish. We're 8 volts over the Jim Robitaille trio. Shout out to Jim Robitaille. Check him out on streaming services. Good trading music. If we could get this hold over the triple threat, right up there at the highs, the trio, if you will, of numbers, value area high, overnight high, previous day high, if we can clear this little shelf, I don't see why the market wouldn't attempt to rotate to the top end of the balance range. Right? That is positively positive to me. If we just brigade bolt it, that's obviously bullish as well. Straight to the all-time high is the reference point we'd be looking for. This is where we learn something about the market, right? If the market ends up failing, as in comes back into range, does this, and rotates back to the low of day, failed breakout on cool CPI, I think we get it. I think we get the breakdown. I think it's in the cards, right? Because think of it this way: if the market's getting the signal from CPI that okay, everything's all clear, right? Coast is clear, guys. You can jump back into the pool. No worries. The little, the floater in the pool has been taken care of. It's crazy on a Wednesday, but if that's been taken care of, this mystery item, then we, and exposures need to go back on for the long side. If performance, managers need to find performance, then if we go lower, that's kind of a big sign. That is a big sign. Big sign. I'd be wary about that. A failure there is concerning. All right. Should we see the market come in, balance around like this, kind of flag it out to the downside underneath the major low? That's again fairly concerning. So let's put a little warning sign here. Let's say on cool CPI? Question mark, exclamation point. Ouch. All right, so that would be the concerning look there. A more reasonable one might just be okay. You got a little bit too trigger happy on the CPI print, the print itself. And this needs to look below and fail the entire thing. So you come in, everybody's like, oh, geez, here we go. I guess it's really not that great, right? Oh, boy, it's not going to work. You know, and then we do, how do I want to draw this in so it doesn't disturb the pathing? Oh, you're going to hate me. You're going to hate me, but I got to redo it. You're going to hate me, but I got to redo it. It's 8:54. We'll make up for the lost time. We'll make up for lost time. Don't you worry about a thing. Relax. Right, very quickly. Consolidation, tightening up, brigade bolt, go. Brigade bolt, go. This comes in and fails. That would be concerning, right, on the failure. This comes in like this. Look below and fail. Back here. Up and out, please, is good. If this is just flagging out down here, there we go. That's our warning label. Okay. On, cool. I'm going to write it again. I'm going to do it. CPI. Ouch. All right. That's pretty much it. That is the way I would look for this market to respond on today's session. Right? That's where the ES pathing sort of starts to step up and comes to mind. There's probably a short in there as well. You know, I could come in here with the dotted crayon, say opening drive, lower high, under the level, kind of aligns with this, right? Something like that is doable in terms of your intra-path path. Does that make sense? Your intra-path pathing. How fractal should we get here? How fractal should we get? Because technically speaking, you could also say, you know, this would just be insane. But, you could do this. And that's another intra-path path. I mean, we're just getting crazy at that point. So let me just take that off. Anyway, if you know your multi-time frame analysis, you know exactly what I'm talking about. All right. That's it on the pathing ideas. All-time highs. Let's start to hit this with some levels and get the job done here. We have not gone to the cash side yet over on spiders. No. 78. I mean, this is notorious on CPI days, right? We run it a little late just because we're waiting for the 8:30 news. We dive into the details, and then we have some fun on the pathing. The triple threat up here is about 7793. We'll call it 92. 92. Up and over that is where you're like ultimately cleared for takeoff. This level in here is 7, 7, 7. I wish I could say 7 again, but I can't. It's 2. And then down here, I would just forget about this nuance stuff in there. Use previous day low and the previous all-time high. It's going to be at 7, 7, 4, 0. Same levels we've been using, right? Same levels we've been using. All right, one thing to just remind ourselves of is that these ranges are pretty small, right? Yesterday's range, fairly tight. Monday's range, fairly tight. If the market's going to break out and really, really get in gear and do something impressive, you know, this move, honestly, could be like the first 15 to 30 minutes, right? This could be the first 15 to 30-minute move of the day, and then beyond that, you're just grinding higher. Just understand that volatility has compressed. We're going to break out of the flag, which, remember, this is still just the midpoint of the flag, right? We're not pressed into the breakout point yet. So I'm not saying that this must happen. I'm just saying if volatility expands, or I shouldn't say volatility, if range expands, it may go further than you think. So I don't know if I would try to fade this at the all-time high and just, you know, short. It's a scam. CPI is a scam. Scam. Just why? Right? Come on. It's not the way to do it. So, anyways, that's a quick comment on the ES there. Take a screenshot of this and preserve it in the halls of infamy forever. Forever, and ever. Anyone? Okay. Yes, patents out there. Looks good. Let's move on over to the Spiders Cash ETF. Let's make up for some lost time. We'll keep it brief. We'll keep it simple. Here we go. 3, 2, 1. Sip and poof. Let's take the sip. Let's go on over to the charts and let's take a peek at where we're at. Once again, just a reminder, look at the size of these bars, then look at the size of these bars. We are in range compression here as we flag out at the highs. As in if this is going to break out, right, over a prior day high, it's taking out a red open, and if we go up from there, right, the only level I have is the weekly upper bound of the expected move, 783.34, right? That is that. Anything else on this? If we fail, right, the big failure point is, let's go down to the hourly chart. On the hourly chart, right, the failure point is underneath these lows. I mean, how could it not be? Look at how well defined that is, 769.50. Under 769.50, night-night, nice knowing, right? And once again, why is this such a compelling look for a pullback? Because CPI came in cool. Market participants right now, the active money managers, which, name paywall now. So if this fails on a cool CPI print, when money managers kind of have like a green light into the end of the week, what are we doing here? Right? That's not a good look. In which case, you're still not breaking charts in a big way. There's plenty of room to pull back and still offer a higher low. Okay. Back up the truck. Might be too obvious, but still there. If we just flag it out and go up and out, great. You stay long, right? That's what we got. All right, let's move forward into, let's quickly go on over the NQs. Let's see what's going on with the NQs. Let's take a peek over PI print when money managers kind of have like a green light into the end of the week. What are we doing here? Right? That's not a good look. In which case, we're still not breaking charts in a big way. There's plenty of room to pull back and still offer a higher low. Okay. Back up the truck. Might be too obvious, but still there. If we just flag it out and go up and out, great. You stay long, right? That's what we got. All right, let's move forward into, let's quickly go on over the NQs. Let's see what's going on with the NQs. Let's take a peek over at, I don't know, the 4-hour chart to start. I need the futures toolbar. Too bad you can't do multiple toolbars per layout. Think or swim, if they were going to continuously improve their product, would maybe have that as a feature, but they don't. We've got lows, we've got higher lows. We know the NQ is in this nice little pennant here. There's your little drawing over the junk drawer highs, and we've got room into this previous left side peak. That's the next target. We are compressing in the upper 50%, which I like on the 4-hour chart. We've covered that. Let's go to the hourly chart. Anything new to talk about over here? Not really. There is no trend. You're just balanced out, and here you've got highs, you've got lows. Lower high, yes, but higher high. See what I'm saying? Low, low, lower low. This morning pushing it higher to gap up and out. Equal high to the overnight high from back here. Interesting, right? So let's go on over to the, let's go 15-minute chart. Let's just start ripping through the time frames to make up for the lost time. Ripping through time frames to make up for the lost time ultimately leads you to the 15-minute chart. CPI high is the overnight high currently. CPI low is the value area high. That's interesting. 3.5 question tells us that we have slightly different applications over here. We do have gap rules for gapping out of the prior day's range. In the spirit of time, let's just go through the gap rules quickly. Remember, this is range high. This is jump to our range high up here at the 30,000. Let's call it 30,080. Okay. 30,080. Should the market give us the gap rules framework, it's a look above and fail the overnight high, lose the opening print, tag up to the previous day high. Do we have bullish buffer? Yes. If we overshoot, this is still fine. So that or this works, and then reclaims of opening print get us to the top of the range here, and then up and out, bullish, right? Should the market give you a guac fee? I don't know if I want to be long directly into 30,800 or sorry, 30,080. But then above that, things get interesting. As a matter of fact, let me just do this. That way we can see, visualize that there is room to run. If the market decides to break out of the junk drawer, there is room to run. Maybe do, yikes. I want to be able to see it all. Okay, here's the gap rules textbook, right? Here's the gap rules, overshoot to bullish buffer, fine. Textbook still. Consolidate for gatebolt, right? Room to run. Whacked fee, I don't know if I want to be long just over the overnight high, but I do want to be long, or at least long biased, over the 30,000 level. Let me put a number on that, as a matter of fact. Put a number on that. What's the local high? What is the high of this bar? We just need we need a little bit of a number, just to know what it is. Price level, 30,080. Yeah, it's literally, that is the number. 30,080. I guess you could maybe bring it down a little bit, just a touch. 075. 5 points. Are we even going to notice the difference? Not really, but 075. Fine. 075 works for me. All right. There we go. Good. That's the top side. Great. We know if this fails, this entire thing comes back down. So let's just draw this like this. If this thing fails like this, back inside previous days of range, bearish, right? This turns into that same warning side. It really? Question mark? Cool. CPI? Okay, great. Should the market get like this? I would probably still be looking for look below and fails of the previous day low to try to get long. Then we build out, and we do that eventually. That would be the outcome, right? I don't think it's likely for today, but markets can prove me wrong. That's fine. Under the 50 SMA is danger. Danger, Red Ranger. Break out the red brand for that. Danger. Dang. Red. Too stupid. All right, let's move forward. This up here is 30,000. 550. This is 30,075. And we'll say plus minus 5. Overnight high level is at 950. Let's call it 960. Previous day high is 842. Bullish buffer value area high is 754. And then really the spot I would care about kind of less this less the gray bar, more just the 50 SMA and previous day low. So 29,532. Yeah, 532. This is 29.3 as we know, or 275 really. I would think there's lower odds of going there, but not impossible. All right. And let's just say above this is a junk drawer breakout. Getting one heck of a workout on the mouse hand. Incredible. All right, screenshot taken. That's just something. Let's go and put this in the halls. Good. Out there where it needs to be. And we'll go from there. Okay, we need a little sip of boot. All right, coffee's getting cold. Clear it up. Let's jump on over to the Q's Cash ETF. Q's looking good. Q. We got ourselves a ripper pushing into the top end of the range. So base case would just be, you could probably strike just a little bit of a level in here, just the front run level, the previous day high. Just do a little bit of that. Previous day high. This. Boom. I would think here, tries to get us up and out. That's that same idea for the bullish pathing on the NQ futures. Concerns would emerge if we try to break this out, fail, and come back in. It's like, yikes, what are we doing? Why is that happening on a cool CPI print or inline? It's cool. It's inline. It's not really cool. Cooler than previous, but not cooler than expectations. Should the market start to pull back first, like let's just say that we end up pulling straight in to the 50, I think you could look below and fail that and have a shot at this.
What the concerning part would be if we try to make a substantial new high and then it's all given back, and the daily bar ends up closing like that. If that's what we get on the daily bar, yikes! Like that's the problematic outcome that we're trying to avoid. Which is why if the market goes just lower first, gets bought up off the 50, right? What's that going to leave us with? Always, I know I don't actively say it every single time we're going through the pathing and whatnot, but try to think about what your daily bar is going to look like. If this is what the market does, being bought up off the 50 SMA, wouldn't we all look at this in hindsight and say, oh my goodness, look at that hammer, we got to be long, right? And we're trying to buy the breakout over this range, which is fine, like that's a good idea, right? But why not also, perhaps, try to look at it here and say, is that the spot to get long, right? Intraday, if we could find a little spot, right? So that would avoid the failed breakout look if we do not go higher first, which is why I say every single time, right? I say it. Sequencing matters in the market. The sequence in which things happen actually matters. 716 is not the same here as it is here, right? That's a totally different look. Anyway, mini rant over, 9:09 on the clock, and it's time to jump. It's not even a rant, it's a comment. Let's just quickly run through the Rusty Rut, which looks good. They front ran it. They front ran it over here. Stay bullish the entire time. So, nice break, flag, up and out, all-time highs in the Rusty. You could afford to pull back in this, set another higher low in here. As we know, it's 30.40. 30.40. Yesterday we got the breakout over 30.40. If we could sustain higher lows over 30.40, just bullish continuation of the pennant. Should we break underneath 30.40, once again, that becomes a little bit of a, like, what the heck's going on? I thought we had a bullish CPI print and we're in the clear, right? So that is of note on that side. Rusty Russell done. Let's take a peek over at the IWM. Trying to keep it simple over here. Big pop higher at all-time highs on the cash side. So just flagging out, up and out. You're not bullish enough. Let's go on over to this NVIDIA chart. What do we have over here? Midpoint of the range. I don't really love NVIDIA. I don't think that this is setting up for anything clean intraday. You're just opening in here. It's going to be, this is your red day, so you're going to be opening green against that. Is it a squeeze over that high? Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Apple, nothing to do inside this balance range. Apple just hardly responded at all to CPI, so not interested in that. Microsoft, up and down. I think Microsoft's short under 500. Microsoft is one of the more interesting watches for me this morning. Let's go to Amazon and take a look over here. Nancy, I'd like to see a look below and fail of 271s. 271s. A lot of people trying to get long Amazon. I'd like to see them all get stopped underneath like the 8 or whatever the shelf is. Stop them out, rip it back higher. Look below and fail 271. I think a lot of people are looking at it for the right reasons, right? Huge move on earnings, consolidating the gains up here. First little pullback starting to digest. I just think we need a little shake, come back up. Right? So, and from a market theory perspective, this is a poor low. Right? It's so mechanical. The auction did not end properly at 271. Break it, come back above, rip it. Right? That'd be the idea there. Look below and fail. Google. I mean, you got to bounce this thing right here, right now. If you don't, problems. Problems in Google. Losing their top AI guy, DeepMind, unwinding this entire major push from the Mag 7 complex when they're all running on earnings. It's not a good look. Not really a good look. So as of right now, it's do or die. You have round-tripped the entire piece, and you got to step up for that higher low. Otherwise, I think concerns emerge. People start seeing this, the 200. You're going to get Guinea to buy the 200, but boy, oh boy, you reject this. Right? Scene of the crime. How can you be bullish that? I thought yesterday would have been a good opportunity for Brigade Gold. Oops, fooled you. Broke the 50, made it a little bit sticky, a little hairy over here, but gotcha. Didn't play. No dice over that hammer high on Googler. Going over Broadcom. Broadcom ripping back to the top side in here. Just a little tap to the 8. Consolidation up and out might be interesting. This is a flag in here. I didn't like this, but I do like yesterday's action to reset the flag, so to speak, and kind of keep it a little bit more so sideways as opposed to a grinding channel higher. So nice break yesterday, probably clearing out a number of stops into the end of the day with this little washout under that 418. So this is maybe doable into that 430.50 and above on the gap. Going over to the metaverse, I think Meta is a short today, like Microsoft. It's failing 600 twice. Really impressive rally yesterday on volume. If I just go to like a 5-minute chart here, take a look at this 5-minute volume. Look at that. Look at that. That's not Uncle Joe down the street and Aunt Susie up the road, buying a couple shares of Meta, calling up the broker. Hey, John, can you buy four? Can I get 4 shares? Can I afford 4 shares in the account? Yeah, 4 shares of Meta, please. That's not 4 shares of Meta for your neighbor. That's someone at some institution's doing something here on that Meta. So they're under pressure. They're under pressure this morning. If this thing fails back below the 50 SMA and we really start to put the pressure on, I think this is a short for a prior 2-day low, right? And then it really goes through the thin structure back over here at 580.50. Who knows? If your aunt is running in the right circles, maybe she could buy 100,000 shares of Meta. I don't know. Who am I to judge? Right? Anyhow, moving forward, MU, Micron, over 900. Wow. MU, I think the strongest memory name is STX. Look at this STX at 860. Wow. How you doing? 860. I think this is the strongest memory name. It's got the cleanest looking little consolidation down here. I think it looks better than SanDisk. Actually, SanDisk is absolutely higher towards the 20, but I think that STX looks better. The base is more constructive. I think it looks better than WDC. Right? Look at this, just a little multi-day wedge with inside bars gapping up. I think STX is the one. I think STX is the one. It would have been great to open in range, put it on through a 2-day high. But hey, nice gap up, little morning washout into that spot. Matter of fact, I'm just throwing an alert on this. A morning washout into this level. Is that viable? Here for a higher low, maybe gap fill reversal, maybe 20 SMA, 8 EMA, STX, come on down. We got here from MU, so next up is Tesla. Tesla a little sloppy, getting a little sloppy trying to break out of this little handle, right? We know that on the hourly had this beautiful cup and handle, broke out, getting a little touchy, which is fine. Like you're up one day, inside day, failed to break out the next. And I think you could deserve a little bit more sideways. And then honestly, you say that this whole thing is just a cup and handle. If we get like a week of this and then like that, watch out for that one. Move forward to this JPM. Somebody got their fancy fill down here near 25 overnight. Great, good for them. But what we care about is way up here still. Looks good, pushing into the all-time high. Good for financials and bullish for the rotation. Even if tech lags, financials will carry the S&P higher. Look at this. Looks good. I don't know about day 4 up on a breakout, but maybe this is consolidation. We're just looking for breakout day 1 here. You start your count via the break of those actual highs, not just 3 days up in a row. AMD chart looks terrible. I as much as I want to love it, I can't. I just cannot love it. What is there to love about a rounded top over here, lower highs, failure here? Elon says, NVIDIA chips are the best in the world. Those are the only ones we buy. I get it. We're gapping up here on AMD, but you're gapping up into a declining 20-day. Is that just a short? Are we just shorting AMD into the declining 20 at 494 this morning? Don't hate it as an idea. I'm just not all that fond of this chart. History lover. Ooh, history lover. Loving history. 49.99 in the chat. Hey, if you got time, can you go over Elf Beauty and Celsius? Yeah, Elf Beauty falls into that looks maxing basket, just to say the word. So it's all the rave, I guess, these days. Looks maxing. Guys putting on makeup. But Elf falls into that basket, as does Ulta Beauty, ULTA. I'm sure there's some other ones that I'm not thinking of, but like a Unilever. I don't know. Are they buying? Jeez, I don't know. Anyway, yeah, we'll look at Elf and we'll look at Celsius, ELH, on that one. Let's jump on into this Intel and see what's over here. INTC up in this neighborhood is a decent reclaim of 100. I think we got to watch it out of this little, 6-day base. Little 6-day base in there. If we can't get into the 50, that might be compelling. Is this like a little tiny flag off the lows? Or are we like, it's just a weekly lower high? Or are we a pattern traders for Joyce? Inverted head and shoulders. Kevin. Where's Kevin? That's Intel. That's the coolest companies. That is what we got on that front. Okay. All right, let's go to ELF real quick. ELF is a nice inside bar. I don't know that this is a new setup I would be purchasing up here. What I hate about ELF is I was, talking about ELF over here. It was actually in some of the videos. It wasn't in these videos. It was absolutely written down in the watch list scans. It was under the 200 SMA. You can come up with all the excuses in the book, but it's a good-looking chart. It is a good-looking chart. You have this little base, right? This is your first high or low flag. Okay, something's different here, right? That's your first notice, and like, okay, reclaim the 50 SMA. Take out the previous left side peak, first flag over the base, and boom, you're off to the races. It looks great. It looks really good. So good for the looks maxers, I guess, for their charts also look nice. Little inside consolidation. Again, like, are we buying this here without more serious of a flag to pull back and prove it? A little bit long in the tooth up here. I don't know that now is the time for new money longs, but the chart does look good for bulls, and you just want to be looking for continuation setups out of this name. Of course, that means that you probably would only want to see, if you're jazzed up about trying to buy this long today, tomorrow, or even early next week, you can't really see it underneath 92.30. Otherwise, you're going to start changing the setup from an inside, flag to, I don't know, a deeper pullback, and then you need structure, and then we need a completely different chart at that point. So that's ELF. And then the next one was CELH, Celsius. This one I'm not so fond of. So you picked the winner on that ELF, but Celsius, this thing's ugly. Hideous. Downtrending 200 SMA, under the 50, under the 20, under the 8, or I guess it closed right on the 8. Earnings gap down. Ugly, ugly, ugly. It's not the look. Not the look here on Celsius. Dell. Everybody and their sister long to the tooth. Dell, myself as well. Dell looking good. I mean, pushing up and out. Can we get a breakout? I mean, these stocks, Dell and HPE, right? It's the two darlings of the market right now. If this is not evidence of how you need to buy these things, then I don't know what is. Look at all the hammers on this HPE. Look at all the hammers on that Dell. If you are trying to buy breakouts in this market, you are getting stuffed. You need to be buying as close to the lows of those bars, right? So Dell looks good. I think Dell looks great. It's going to open on a very small gap up. As long as we get a hold up over yesterday's low, I want to continue to hold the Dell and look for it to go up and out. A Dell, if you will. All we need is Trump to say, go out and buy a Dell. He said it once before. Maybe he'll say it again. It's happened in the past. Maybe it can happen in the future. So I like what I'm seeing on this chart. Really constructive. Probably the best, flat top base highs in the market right now. 432.35 key hold now, walking forward. Or, if you really wanted to give it the 50 SMA, that would be acceptable also. Cerebras, oh my God, I might have to retire. 250 in the pre-market? Holy crap, gotta sell some Cerebras. Hang on. Holy. Yeah, I'll take a little pre-market trim there on Cerebras. How you doing? All right, sorry, had to do it. I want to just take a little piece off there ahead of earnings tonight. Wow, how about that? Good thing we looked, huh? That would have been a first action item off the open, anyways. But let's do a free market. Swimming quarter, 249. Okay, nice, all set, taken care of. Let's see if we can't go higher. That was just a little trim. Still have some decent size in that one, and we'd like to see that back up to the IPO opening print. Come on now. Come on now. Okay, Cerebras. What other ones? God. NW not doing so hot. Those are the only real. Those are the ones. Credo. Had Credo yesterday. Made the absolute mistake of kicking it back into the close. I just didn't have it long from a good enough spot. Oh, that one stings. That one stings on Credo. I had Credo literally at 243. Damn. Bummer. Absolute bummer to see that gap up. But can't win them all, I guess. Congrats to those who held it. All right, that's what I got so far in this morning rundown. Good stuff. Cool market. We're higher. We look higher. We'll see what the response is off of the open. If they don't dump it into the open, take some profits. Like, same thought process that we just went through here. But that's it. Have yourself a fantastic rest of the day. Thanks for hanging out and spending a little bit of your morning with us here up in the office. Enjoy your coffee and donuts. We don't want leftovers, please. So on your way out of the office today, stop by the complimentary Like Desk. Say goodbye to Svetlana. Thank her, please, for the handmade caffeinated drinks. And, with that, we will...
What do you want, Fred? Yeah, what do you want, Fred?
T'arrêtes un peu parce que c'est pénible.
Okay, whatever, Fred. Okay. Do it yourself.
Ok. Colin, il veut venir te voir. Il sera tout seul.
Non. Okay.
Je lui dis qu'il parle avec Youssouf et je parle aussi à Youssouf qu'il arrête d'avoir cette behavior avec toi.
No, c'est pas ça, Fred. I don't want to tell him. I just want to cut that cord. I think he's drawing the line that because we are friends, that he can, like when he talks, like he just like fucking talks over me. I don't want to deal with him. Okay?
Donc je lui ai demandé d'arrêter. Donc il y avait un problème, c'est passé par Colin directement.
So it's like I don't want to fucking deal with this shit, Fred. Okay? You don't believe me. Nobody fucking believes me. It's a man's world. It's like fucking futile for me to insist. Okay? I don't want to deal with it. It's not something that I fucking asked for, and it's not something that I want to live with. Okay? Honestly, you don't want to. I have fucking nobody in here. Okay? All the problems that I have is mine. And I am supposed to be able to talk to you, but if you don't even acknowledge the fact that this is my reality, what is the point? So you deal with it. This is your project. I don't want to talk to him. I'm gonna close the fucking door.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
You've seen this many times. It's flat. It's flat. Yeah.
Order cancelled. Order filled.
Je peux pas. Voilà. Voilà, tu peux rentrer. Viens là. Parce que je suis en... regarde ce que j'ai fait. C'est ça mon... J'ai un... J'ai un... Voilà,
Order
c'est
filled.
un stop. Ouais, d'accord. Ok. Fred, il te parlait avec toi?
Ouais.
Ben oui. Pour moi, c'est vraiment difficile parce qu'en fait, j'ai expliqué à Fred. Parce que, en fait, quand j'étais pas là, Youssouf, il écoute rien du tout. Parce que je pense que c'est vraiment culturel pour lui qu'une femme ait parlé quelque chose. En fait, comme le menuisier, il était là, alors là, il insiste, il insiste et il dit en face des menuisiers que ouais, tu comprends pas, Mais je dis, non, Youssouf, j'explique bien parce que n'importe si c'est ma faute, si votre faute, si c'est l'architecte, maintenant on est là, si on a les problèmes, mais on va prendre une solution. Je dis, mais même comme ça, tu sais comment il parle. C'est vraiment difficile à insister. Même le menuisier, il dit, oh non, ne gueule pas comme ça parce que c'est vraiment en tout, on va dire. Mais, mais, euh, mais pour moi, c'est vraiment difficile. C'est ça que je t'ai pas appelé pour faire l'autre point de vie. Mais Fred, il a parlé déjà à tous les points, quoi.
Ouais, tout.
Ah oui? Oh. Et alors, comment vous faites?
Ben, du coup, je lui ai dit qu'on pouvait faire
Ouais, tout?
sauf
Sauf.
deux points.
C'est quoi le point?
Euh,
Je vais...
On peut tout faire sauf.
J'ai mal au pied. Ça m'énerve. Avec l'intégration, c'est super. À quel point? Qu'est-ce qu'il a dit?
Sauf la petite terrasse. La petite terrasse.
Ah, c'est là? Ok. Viens là. Montrez-moi. Je pense que c'est ça, non? Attends, je prends mes lunettes. Mais Colin ne pense pas que Youssouf il est bien travaillé. Mais moi, c'est vraiment. Tu sais, tu rappelles comme la dame à Citrayobona, c'est une femme qui l'a dit assieds-toi qui gère. Ça m'insulte du tout. C'est une femme. Pourquoi tu ne peux pas faire une décision? Mais à quelque point, je ne peux pas, je ne peux plus. Tu dis quelque chose, par exemple, fermeture, on va. L'ouverture. Je lui dis, tu peux mettre des boîtes déjà, comme t'es parti. Il a dit, ouais, mais comme ça, il faut faire le nettoyage et l'étanchéité dedans. Mais j'ai dit, oui, j'ai parlé avec Paula, mais je ne sais pas si on va faire comme ça, mais j'attends. Mais il y a un jour, il m'a dit, oui, il a dit, je ferme là-bas. Il m'a dit, ok, mais je ne sais pas quel là-bas. Tu vois, parce qu'à ce moment, il fait on va là-bas, on va là-bas. Et je pense que c'est ça le jour que j'ai envoyé le photo à toi, parce que, bon, quand il est parti, tout, comme ça, tous les jours, je comprends que c'est trop chaud tous les jours quand tu n'étais pas là. Ils sont partis trop tôt. Mais j'ai vu, c'est déjà fermé. Mais quand j'ai demandé, elle m'a dit, bon, non, tu sais, c'est pas, peut-être que c'est culturel, vraiment, mais on ne comprend pas bien avec le travail, oui. Et à ce moment, je lui dis, ok, je parle au Colin avec toutes les fois des travaux parce que moi, Fred, il doit être comprend parce que moi, je ne peux pas expliquer à lui. Mais c'est ça, mais Youssouf, il travaille bien. Par exemple, je lui dis hier, Youssouf, tu vois, le menuisier, il vient à samedi. Mais moi, j'ai obligé à prendre l'autre menuisier parce que l'autre là, il m'appelle, il a dit, ah bon, c'est le maçon, c'est ton chef. Il m'a dit comme ça. Jean, il est vraiment, il est très très sévère, c'est vraiment, c'est en tout, quoi. Mais je prends le menuisier et je lui dis, pour le menuiserie, ça va être monté en samedi. J'ai dit, est-ce que c'est possible peut-être de mélanger les sables? Bah, c'est nécessaire un grue comme ça. Je ne sais pas comment on faire, mais c'est nécessaire. Mais quand, je ne sais pas, je pense que j'ai essayé à comprendre Roland parce que je connais le couple, je connais comment il est. Et Fred, il m'a dit ça tout le temps. Mais même sa femme, je fais une photo par. C'est un erreur en fait. J'ai des invités, elle a deux enfants, 23, 25 ans. Les boîtes en bas parce que j'ai plus. Je fais une photo envoyée à Fred, mais parce que Julia, elle est à côté des chats privé. Alors là, le message qu'elle m'a envoyé, alors ne fais pas comme ça parce que appelez MAF pour l'assurance parce que sinon c'est l'entreprise des travaux qui est responsable s'il y a quelque chose. Parce que c'est quand même, je dis, désolé, c'est pas pour toi, désolé, c'est un erreur. Oui, mais juste un avis. Je dis, ok, mais tu vois, c'est vraiment ok, on est copains, mais arrêtez-vous là, c'est vraiment excessif maintenant. Mais Vadim, ils vont les deux enfants. Hein? Et Vadim, là, c'est les deux enfants qui aident pour regarder ses enfants. Les deux enfants, tu vois? Tu vois? Mais si tu veux dire ça à Julia, mais c'est comme la police. Pour moi, à chaque étape, pour moi, ça me paraît que. Et je lui dis à Fred, qu'est-ce que je fais? Mais je dis rien du tout. Je dis, merci à conseil, elle a continué. Bah oui, parce que sinon, c'est l'entreprise qui gère, c'est la. Tu vois, c'est excessif. Et je dis, ok, j'arrête. Je ne peux plus, je vais discuter avec Cola. C'est ça, parce que même si en français, c'est pas bien, on parle, on fait point par point. Ouais, mais c'est quand même. Je dis, tu sais que j'ai changé le fournisseur des gamages. Ah bon? C'est Rémi, c'est pas Cifrailleux Bonin, Cifrailleux, c'est moi.
Order filled.
C'est moins cher, mais parce que c'est. Je ne fonctionne pas comme ça, hein. Même si on est des amis, il y a des limites quand même. Mais elle m'a écrit MAFR. Au premier, j'ai envoyé à Fred, c'est quoi MAFR? En fait, Fred dit, on prend une assurance avec MAFR si j'ai des amis qui prennent des boîtes pour moi aussi. Tu les aimes? Je dis, moi, je suis un peu. Je sais pas. Ok, c'est un policier, mais écoute, c'est ça que je t'ai pas appelé parce que c'est une petite bêtise que c'est pas vraiment nécessaire, mais ok. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'il a dit, Fred? C'est quoi là?
C'est possible d'avoir
Un stylo en quoi?
ouais, n'importe, un stylo, un crayon.
Là?
N'importe.
Là?
Ouais, ça c'est bon, c'est bon.
Bon.
Ça, on fait plus.
Oh, d'accord.
D'accord. Ça, on fait pas là-bas.
Mais c'est quoi l'autre solution avec ça? C'est pas mieux.
Bah, par au boucher.
Ah, un boucher? Ok.
Comme ça.
C'est quoi ça?
Ça, c'est 7 ans.
Order filled.
C'est septembre le.
Hein? Bah, ça, septembre. Parce qu'il faut que Joseph il enleille.
Ouais, ouais.
Ça, on fait plus.
Ouais, ouais.
Ça, on fait pas.
Ok. Bah, lui, il vient un samedi.
Ouais.
Il y a un autre qui vient un samedi. Mais ça, c'est quoi?
Ça, j'ai changé la. Parce que ça, c'était les endus pour faire
C'est ça. Ok.
là-dedans, sur les murets, les remontées, enfin, à droite à gauche.
Mais si vous faites plus ça, Colin, mais il y a quand même l'étanchéité, même si c'est les murs, c'est pas vraiment très solide, sans fer, non. Même si c'est comme ça, l'ouverture, même si c'est des parpaings comme ça, tu mets quand même un delta MS comme ça, c'est ça?
Bon, on peut le faire, ouais. Après, ça dépend quand est-ce que ça va être ouvert.
Ben, ça dépend, non. Je ne sais pas. Parce que si c'est longtemps, par exemple, si par exemple, je sais pas, si juste juste pour un peu les protections
Ouais,
là-dessus.
à la rigueur, on le fait jusqu'à la
Ouais.
terre.
Ouais, jusqu'à la date.
Mettre
Juste
des
comme
TMS.
ça. Ouais, ouais, c'est juste, juste ça. Et aussi. Et, jeudi, c'est une journée très difficile aujourd'hui. C'est l'inflation.
Ah bon?
Ouais, ouais.
J'espère que ça va monter.
Bon, ça va descendre un peu et après ça va remonter. Après l'autre. Ouais, il fait pareil avec le. Comment ça s'appelle ça? Regarde là, de la terrasse, comme ça.
Le caniveau? La dalle?
Ah, il a compris maintenant le caniveau parce qu'il n'a pas compris quand j'ai lui expliqué à Badia. Il n'a pas compris du tout.
Je pense qu'il a compris.
Bon, ok.
Après, je peux faire un petit chat.
Ouais, ouais, d'accord. Tu peux parce que j'ai expliqué qu'est-ce que tu dis. Moi, j'ai compris. Hein.
Ça, c'est la terrasse.
Ouais, ouais.
Là, c'est. Après, je sais pas encore le sens. Hein. Si on fait comme ça ou comme ça.
Ouais,
Je sais pas.
ouais.
On va dire, là, c'est le garde-corps.
Ouais.
En fait, ici, on va faire un petit caniveau comme ça. Dans le carrelage.
Ouais, ouais.
Tiens, on a un petit truc comme ça.
Dans le carrelage ou dans le grillage?
Dans la chape, mais ça sera carrelé.
Okay.
Et après, de haut, ça ressemblera. Donc, ça, c'est en bas.
Ah.
Ouais.
Ouais.
Ah, ouais.
En fait,
Et après, le bout sera peut-être en forme de pente.
Ok.
Et après, donc, ici, il sera à 0 du carrelage.
Ouais.
Et après.
Ouais, mais ça descend un peu.
Voilà.
Tu descends un peu.
Oh, voilà, ça va descendre. Il y a 4 mètres. Ça va descendre peut-être ça.
Il a par rapport tout ça après,
Ça c'est ici, là.
Ouais. Et écoute, avec cette terrasse, tu vois, c'était comme ça avant. Tu vois, il y a la colonne de grec ici, là.
Ouais, il m'a dit garde-corps.
Hein?
Il a dit de mettre les garde-corps.
Ouais, mais on ne sait pas c'est quoi. On met le garde-corps, même on met le garde-corps ici.
Ouais.
Ok? Mais ça, et ici, il y a le mur ici avant,
ouais.
et ici, tu vas faire le même mur comme ça?
C'est ça, il y aura un mur ici,
ouais.
Un mur là, okay. Et un mur qui continue encore loin.
Encore ici.
Ouais, parce que la jardinière, elle est.
Ouais, mais est-ce que tu fais ça après ça, non?
Ouais, mais on fera déjà ça ici.
Ok, mais après, ça, c'est après, ok.
Il n'y a pas grand-chose. Hein.
Ok, mais cet caniveau, il a compris ça. Il n'a pas bien compris.
Normalement, il a compris.
Il n'a pas bien compris quelque chose. Écart, goudron.
Ouais, ça, je vais expliquer.
Il a compris.
Ouais, en fait, c'est les équerres. Stop.
En étanchéité.
En fait, quand on fait une étanchéité comme il faut, on fait ça et remonter comme ça. Comme ça, l'eau, c'est comme un bac.
Ouais, moi j'ai compris
Parce
ça.
que si on met pas les équerres, on enlève, l'eau qui s'est faite, elle fait. Ah, mais là, en plus, avec le joint de dilatation, l'eau, elle va aller en dessous.
C'est ça.
Et si elle a affaisse le sol, ben la piscine va faire.
Ouais.
Ah, ouais, ça va.
Question. Après, c'est pas maintenant. Quand vous faites le carrelage ici, après, ça c'est après tout ça. Est-ce que vous faites aussi toute cette étanchéité, cette équerre comme ça, c'est la même ici?
Non, ici on sera pas obligé parce que en dessous il n'y a rien, c'est une dalle.
Ok, s'il y a quelque chose comme ça.
C'est une dalle. Parce
Ok.
qu'en dessous, vu que c'est déjà rien que pour le
Voilà, oui,
sous-sol,
oui, je sais.
si ça tombe
Ça
sur
coule,
les vêtements, tout ça, là pareil, en dessous c'est habité, sur le pelle technique.
Ah ouais,
Et puis pareil, partout autour, on a accès, ça, enfin, faut pas que ça pourrisse. En plus, vu qu'on est à côté de la mer, faut pas que la pluie, enfin le sel, tout ça, vienne attaquer les acides. Donc ça fait comme une couche de protection.
Parfait, ok.
C'est
Si il a compris ça, c'est bien. Ok. C'est ça qu'il n'a pas compris. Alors, je pense qu'il a compris tout ça. Tout ça aussi. Ok.
Et après,
C'est pas il a compris.
ça c'est la chape
Bureau,
pour le carrelage. Hein.
Tiens-moi, comment, je pense que tu as mis un baignoire enfanté que je vais acheter en Europe.
Une baignoire en fonte?
Ouais, en fonte comme ça. C'est pas lourd, hein? Ah non, c'est pas lourd.
En fonte?
Oui, les vieux baignoires, là, je pense que c'est même en fonte, c'est nous là-bas, là, ben, je sais pas si. Parce que j'ai tapé, je sais pas si c'est en fonte. Tu vas voir, mais je vais
Bon,
passer.
ouais, en ferraille.
Ouais, je vais comme ça, ça va.
Après, faut pas que ça rouille.
Ça rouille pas, c'est avec l'enamel. Émaillé.
Ah,
Émaillé.
okay.
Émaillé.
Ah.
C'est déjà émaillé.
Ah, avec les petits pieds un peu à l'ancienne, là, non?
Ouais.
Un petit peu comme ça.
Oui, j'ai vu, il y a beaucoup de bon quoi comme ça, mais ok, mais maintenant c'est en avance. C'est en avance, oui, je vais chercher quelque chose à plus. Ok, ça va. Et alors, vous faites ça quand après
Dès qu'il y a oui, on continue.
Ok.
Si c'est oui, on continue.
Ok,
Si c'est non.
Ok. Bah, pour moi, c'est oui. Pour moi, c'est oui, ça c'est cool. Ok, ça va. Et les questions. Ça, c'est ton muret là.
Ça, c'est
c'est ça.
Ouais, parce qu'il pensait que c'était le 20 cm. Et c'est 20 cm l'épaisseur.
Ah, c'est ça pour le jardinier.
Ouais, il va faire à peu près 1 mètre, 1 mètre 20.
J'ai pensé que c'est ça. D'accord, oui.
Je pensais que c'était 20.
J'ai dit aussi, Fred, va, c'est tout. Ok.
Et ça,
Septembre.
non, tout de suite.
Pourquoi? Comment tu fais ça tout de suite? C'est pas possible, il n'y a pas de
Bah,
taille.
on fera les 3 quarts. Les 3 quarts tout de suite.
Ouais.
Et 1 quart en septembre.
Ah. C'est là? Ça veut dire, et c'est là? Ça?
Voilà, c'est ça. Ça, et puis il y a un petit bout à faire.
Ah, de l'escalade. Ah oui, c'est ça la question. Est-ce que tu vois le PLU? Ils sont dit enlever les vêtements. Tu vas regarder?
Pardon?
Attends, j'ai imprimé ça. Ah. C'est pas ça? Regarde. Regarde, pas un peu de culture. Voilà.
Ah, ça veut dire que tout le long. Ça veut dire.
Ouais, mais tu compris, mais tu vois le petit muret.
Ah non, après on fera la continuité, on fera. Ça sera la même chose.
C'est la même
Ouais,
chose. Il dit rien du tout avec ça là. Regarde, parce que avec un mieux sur mon TV, on t'entend mais il y a ça c'est écrit ici que à enlever le mur ici là. Sur mon- Ça veut dire c'est possible à mettre ou à enlever.
comprends?
Ouais.
C'est tous les murs qui vont tout en bas là-bas,
Ok, ouais,
jusque là-bas,
ouais.
qu'il faut les remonter de 70 et mettre un grillage rigide dessus. C'est ce que je comprends. Parce que là, c'est grillage souple.
Ouais.
Là,
Et c'est rigide ça?
Ouais.
Non, ça c'est par l'architecte. C'est pas le
Ah.
PLO. Il dit que. Attends, pardon. T'as pas eu le copie?
Ouais.
Je t'ai envoyé après. Parce que ça, c'est par l'architecte. Mais par rapport du PLO, il dit qu'il a enlevé les remontées.
Tout, partout.
Oui.
Bah, pourquoi il dit ça là?
Ouais, c'est l'architecte qui.
Ouais, mais ça, il a fait ça par rapport au PLU. Lui.
Ouais.
Lui, il a pris le PLU et puis il a fait ça.
Ouais. Mais le PLU, c'est pas ça. Il dit à enlever le petit dessin. C'est ça que j'ai demandé.
À mon avis, il faut appeler l'architecte.
Ah bon?
Pour être sûr. Hein.
Moi, j'ai même appelé l'architecte par rapport de l'ouverture. Et il a dit qu'est-ce que le menuisier, il me dit, le deuxième menuisier, il dit qu'on met le rempart comme ça. Et après, il segmente parce que c'est le... Oui, j'ai compris, mais on peut mettre le rempart, c'est ça que ça va passer. Oui, je t'ai envoyé, tu vas voir, et j'ai appelé l'architecte par rapport à ça, parce que si à enlever, qu'est-ce que tu vas faire avec le parti là-bas, avec la partie de ce côté? Est-ce qu'on peut mettre quand même le parpaing et après on met le caillou?
Alors maintenant, il faut mettre le parpaing ou, s'ils veulent pas, mettre 2-3 cailloux, gros cailloux. Mais normalement, je pense que c'est bon.
Ok.
Normalement, c'est bon.
Je t'ai envoyé après. Ok, ok, bah Fred, il a dit ok ou pas?
Non.
Il n'a pas dit ok. Bah, ok, je vais parler avec lui après. Merci, c'est difficile. Okay. C'est tout, voilà ou pas? C'est tout?
Ouais, pour moi,
C'est tout? Ok. Et nous, pour moi, j'ai des amis qui viennent ce week-end pour m'aider à descendre des choses pour mettre en bas. Et les murs là, de l'autre côté, que va remblayer.
Ah oui, les cailloux.
Ouais, les cailloux, ouais.
En bas.
Oui. C'est quoi ça? Ça gêne pas ça?
Ah non.
Ça gêne pas? Parce que.
Non, c'est même encore mieux parce que c'est du drainage. C'est du drainage.
Ok.
En fait, ça permet encore mieux.
Ça draine.
Oui. Il y a les cailloux. Et les gravats, ils sont encore au-dessus. Donc ça, l'eau, elle va être drainée encore plus.
Un peu plus haut. Ok.
Ouais. Enfin,
Ok.
je sais pas comment expliquer, mais.
Oui, j'ai compris. J'ai bien
Non, mais
compris. C'est bien?
Ah non,
Ok.
non,
L'autre question, ouais, pour l'étanchéité dedans, qu'est-ce que tu conseilles? On va faire ça après ou maintenant? Par rapport nous, on ne sait pas quand on peut ouvrir ça.
Moi, je dirais tant que c'est ouvert,
Donc, c'est ouvert.
on peut faire. Après.
Mais ça veut dire à refaire aussi les murs qu'il n'y a pas de fer, c'est ça? Parce que ça va être emblayé tout ça. C'est là-bas, c'est vraiment avec de l'humidité là.
Après,
Pensez ça et dites-moi après, c'est pas.
Non, après on peut le faire, mais après il faut juste se dire que c'est pas indéfiniment parce que le parpaing, la terre elle va pousser, elle va pousser. Et le parpaing c'est du parpaing.
C'est ça. Ouais.
C'est pas du bloc à brancher. Donc ça peut bouger.
Ça peut bouger. Ça. C'est ça, ouais. Mais Fred, il te parlait avec s'il y a une autre solution pour le truc là, pour la descente. Il n'y a pas?
C'est dans tous les cas, on est obligé de refaire des murs et des fondations pour retenir les termes.
Ouais, ouais.
Dans tous les cas, on est obligé de passer par là.
Ok.
Donc après, Joseph, il fait un enrochement.
Un quoi? Un enrochement.
Ouais.
Ok.
Il faut qu'il ramène sa grosse pelle, les gros cailloux, les machins.
Mhm.
Et après, il fait...
Un enrochement. Ok. C'est un plan B. Ok. Je vais demander.
Non, je pense à ça. Hein,
Ok, pense bien.
Euh,
Ok, pense bien ça, comme ça. Et je pense, ok. Si tout est ok, Colin, vous rentrez quand? Vous pouvez continuer quand?
bah, après, Mousse, lui, il est disponible.
Oui, oui. Est-ce que tu as encore choses à faire, beaucoup de choses à faire ici ou il n'y a plus?
Bah, tout ça.
Tout ça. Ok.
Ah,
Oui, oui.
pour finir,
Dehors.
non,
Non?
juste nettoyer, ranger.
Ok. Ok, bah, moi je vais parler avec Fred. Il t'a rappelé. Il est disponible aujourd'hui, il a dit ou pas?
Ah, je sais pas.
Ok. Ben, il te parlait. Ok. Mais c'est juste ça. C'est pas contre, pour moi, c'est pas contre Youssouf ou quelque chose. C'est juste que je ne veux pas discuter avec tout ça avec lui. Parce que je ne peux pas faire. Ah, je peux pas. Vraiment, je ne peux pas. C'est pas la peine. Je pense que tu as compris comment les gens, il y a des choses qu'on peut faire avec et il y a des choses que je ne peux pas faire avec.
Je vais parler quand j'étais sur Paris. J'étais chef d'équipe. Il y avait le chef d'équipe, le chef de chantier et les ouvriers.
Ouais.
Bah, le chef de chantier, il parlait pas aux ouvriers.
Ouais.
Il parle au chef d'équipe.
Exact.
Et c'est moi qui parle aux ouvriers.
Ah ouais,
Parce
c'est
que
ça.
si c'est comme ça en direct,
Ah oui, ça marche pas du tout. Ça marche pas. Ton chef, toi, c'est vrai que de quel type tu es plus intéressé des trucs chef? Ah bon?
Avant, j'étais chef d'équipe.
Ah bon? Nous, on fait les compétitions à la maison, nous quatre. Hein? Top chef.
Ah non, chef d'équipe, non, sur chantier.
C'est un travail très difficile, quoi.
Bah, faut savoir parler. Mettre lui avec lui et pas lui avec lui. Quand on a 10 personnes, ça va.
Oui, mais.
Et quand on est 2, 3.
Ça va. Ok.
C'est pas le choix. Hein.
Ouais, waouh. Tu cuisines quoi?
Ah non, je fais pas la cuisine.
Tu pas. Ouais.
Non, chef d'équipe sur le chantier.
Ouais, ok. Très bien, toi.
Ah, gérer les hommes. Bah, sur Paris, il y avait 20 personnes.
Ah bon?
J'avais 20 personnes.
Ah, waouh. Ça me paraît que t'es vieux, bah non, ok.
Ah,
Ça va.
On peut même dire je suis vieux.
C'est bien. Bah, ok, ça va. Ok, bah, Fred, il n'a pas dit ça, que tu es chef d'équipe quelque part là. Voilà. Oui, c'est vrai, c'est ça. C'est pas à mélanger du tout. C'est pas.
Ah, faut pas.
Pas du tout. Pas du tout.
Parce qu'après, même les informations, l'information, elle va partir A, puis elle va se transformer en B ou C. Enfin, l'information, comme le téléphone arabe. Blablabla, et puis au final, ça transforme en.
Exactement, c'est ça. Exactement. C'est ça. Oui.
Il faut surtout se méfier avec qui on parle. Parce qu'il y en a.
Exactement. Exactement. Oui, c'est ça. Ok.
Donc, voilà.
Bon, voilà, ok. Ok. Si tu peux attendre après le week-end pour fermer l'ouverture, c'est ça?
Oh, bah, on laisse ouvert.
Ouais, d'accord. Ok. J'ai vu dans le train parce que j'ai bien Tunis. C'est gros le train.
Ouais, j'imagine.
Ah oui. Tu montes dans le train, tu vois. Ouais, bah, merci pour l'instant. Ok. Merci beaucoup. Bah, bon retour. Avec toutes les enfants. Et ta femme, elle est ok? Elle est bien? Elle avait chaud?
Ah, elle avait chaud, mais elle me voyait un peu sur le téléphone, puis à droite à gauche.
Ouais. Pourquoi?
Parce que j'avais aussi de la Belgique.
Ah ouais.
D'autres trucs encore.
Ok.
Ça, et puis.
Ok. Je pense que tu fais un poste quand elle va accoucher. Quand? C'est octobre?
Octobre.
Bon, ok. Tu vas être fini ici.
Oh, ça sera fini.
D'accord. Ok. All right. Ok.
faisait 80 cm.
Oui, j'ai compris.
Faut mettre 60.
Mais il y a le plat de charbon, des grands plats.
Oui, non, mais ça, on a viré le plancher. Mais le problème, c'est que le plancher, il l'a remplacé par l'IPN. Donc, ça équivaut à l'IPN qui a été placé sous le balcon.
Ouais, mais écoute, il y a beaucoup le plancher dans le jardin. Hein. C'est notre plancher, ça. C'est nous qui payons ça.
Ouais, bah, écoute, on fait comme ça. Puis c'est bon. Et puis, on aura fini après les trucs. Quoi.
Ok, bah si, fais-le.
Ok. Bon, Benji, on a jusqu'à quand?
Jusqu'à demain matin.
D'accord.
Jusqu'à
Puis
demain.
après, t'as Lisa et James qui arrivent.
Yeah.
Donc, t'en profites pour mettre tout ce qu'il y a dans le sous-sol.
I don't know. Maybe I have to hire somebody actually, because you know how Lisa is very hardworking.
Yeah, I know, but you push her, she will do it. Don't worry.
I will have to.
She will have, and James will have, sure. Okay.
Okay, but
Bon, I have remind the technical commercial of Alex. Remind me because I'm waiting for more than a week the list of customers. And Johnson, I was on meeting with Johnson and they asked me when I'm going to Mexico.
But maybe Fred, you don't rely on Alex contact only, but you rely. How about you rely on your contacts from before and just say, "Hey guys," because
Yeah.
Fred, can I finish my sentence?
Okay.
Because you have to remember that you left Mexico 10 years ago, and for you cannot only apply for the money that we have. It's a maximum of 10 years. That's why I was so excited for you to go to Mexico in July. And right now it's August 12.
So I'm planning to go certainly maybe mid of next week.
Okay. And you go, yeah. Oh, fuck. Okay.
And I will go with somebody with Amado.
Okay. Oh, that's perfect. Okay.
So we will go to Mexico and we will try also to go to Guadalajara. I have to go to Guadalajara.
Okay. That's
because
good.
I will meet also Cristobal and I will meet also Alex.
Okay, that's good.
So
Then you can push Alex when you are there.
Yes, of course. But Jaime will send the list today.
Okay.
I talked with him yesterday.
Okay. Just call him. Just call him again. You know, Mexicans are like that. Just give him a call. Hi, hello. You just say hello. I'm here. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay. Bye.
And I want to talk with you.
I really want to talk to people who don't respect women. Je déteste.
I'm respecting you. Come on. Arrête. Ça va pas, non? Don't tell me this kind of things.
A little bit, friend. You don't believe me. You know You remember, you told me, attends, un peu jealous qu'on était à Vienne. C'est pas en fait que j'étais jealous, Fred. Parce que le Romagnan là, c'est pas que j'étais jealous, Fred. C'est ça que you have to prioritize who is important in your life. C'est juste ça. Il y a rien du tout.
And you miss some episode.
Yes. Oh, no, Fred, don't keep going back to that fucking thing. It's like 25 years ago.
No, I always.
No, don't keep going back on that. Because for 17 years, I look after a child. You are a man-child, okay?
I always think about you all the time.
You are a man-child. No.
All my food are with you all the time.
Well. Yeah, your thought is, oh my God, no, she's not here to cook for me.
Oh, no, come on.
Yes.
Be
honest. 2, 4, 6, 7. Yep. Yeah, be honest. Okay, goodbye. I'm busy, Fred. Bye. Okay, but thank you very much. Thank you. Not at the moment. Thank you. When you have a flight to Mexico, maybe I will. Goodbye. Bye. And then tell Elan to pay me. But no, when do they pay? On the 15th? No, I'm waiting for the 15th anyway.
The 15th or the 30th.
Yeah. 15 would be nice. Why?
So she, because she had the letter totally the payback. And she be frightened. Yeah, but then that's a 5,000 that costed it.
What do you mean? They gave you money?
Yeah, a long time ago.
Where?
When we were in the beginning of when we had some cash issues, so I asked for an advance payment, but I didn't pay back. So I believe that I didn't mention anything, but I know she's a very good financial lady. So she,
Do you remember? Do you remember
yes,
asking for it?
Of course. But I didn't mention, and then when they told me, she said, oh, yeah, maybe, you don't remember. Okay, go ahead. We did it for the next commission. Okay, no problem.
For the next what?
The next commission.
Okay. Good that you said commission. Okay.
Yeah, of course, I don't want to be delivered, you know. You're kidding.
Right.
You're kidding.
What did she say? Yes. Okay.
No, nothing. Everything's okay. No problem.
Okay.
Everything's fine.
Okay. Okay.
So, yeah, so I have a lot of work and misunderstanding for the Polish project. So we are trying to, I will try to do it. I will try to do this one.
Yeah, I think Kit should.
Right.
Well, I think Kit should hire me. You know, all your problems will go away. I'll fucking fire all of you. You know what I mean? Okay. Yeah. Okay, go and book your trip to Mexico. Not interested now.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Okay, bye.
Ah. Hey Bruno, can you please close my phone? Everybody's calling me. Fuck's sake. I don't understand. Hey Siri, call Frederick Maylard again, please.
Calling Frederick Maylard with WhatsApp.
Are you going to Kolkola or apparently he's coming tomorrow morning, says Badin. You want me to discuss with him tomorrow instead and say okay or what? Okay. Okay, je parle demain avec... ouais. But just send the message. I want to see what the fuck you say. Okay, bye. Drop. Motherfucking drop.
You just don't have this and then. See, this shit fucking gets people to start shorting because most people react to the direction of the price, but we all know how elusive it is.
No, I don't think so.
Might have been able to hold that. Appreciate it. Well, problem is I don't really see anything happening that Delta's really flat. So I really feel I could have pushed this closer to 80s, but I'm not. The problem is when you fucking get out of a trade, it's usually not a good idea to get back in for the second leg. It'd be a different story if there was a pullback, like a good one.
It's still in this bloody junk drawer, isn't it?
A lot of sell orders are underwater on the ES futures. Take a look at it. Wait, why is this done? Please tell me this did not freeze.
Come on, 7150. Come on, be good to mama. Come to mama. Come to mama. It's my M69. That's not a good one. I already showed out the bottom win now. Sleepy nights. Come on. Come to mama, baby.
Interesting. Channel down, channel up. Super flat.
Okay, now.
So there definitely is panning out to be more on that. See, for me, a news catalyst is an excuse after they build a position to cause flow in the market makers to pull liquidity. So you're having a high flow of volume, but the liquidity also disappears as well. This fucker is flat. What is this range going to turn into? Yeah, the stock weights are fucking selling like wildfire when they do that.
Come on, motherfucker. Why is oh, PNTR, you sly dog? You sly dog.
Thought about longing in the 70s, but I'd like to see a large trader push again. That's what I'd like to see. trap flow right in there. Or running it. So apparently this SPX test is basically a week. And
It's
should be every strike. 3,300 tickers. And if that's the case, it's interesting because SPX is somewhat balanced. Well, actually, I need to see what. Never mind. SPX is actually minus 35,307 deltas. So that's almost 60,000 contracts to a notional value. That delta's ripping up. Try to take a long kind of ran for me.
but
Just slamming it low. This is an unusual amount of movement right here. A 1,000 of that came out of the SPX. There's a huge imbalance right here. Price dumps lower.
I don't care.
price short? I don't know. Seems like we're in a range here. That is definitely coming out very rapidly. You're at 38,000 negative on SPX. I mean, with the way that delta's going up right there, yeah, it could be a short. Seems to be the case, but there's still so much bid reload in this section, this entire range. From a notional value standpoint, this entire range is like horrifically reloaded. I want to see this get up to 40,000. Can they do that? SPX is very stable. 38,178 contracts. There's more negative. Went to 38,740 from 478. There's reloading as this move is pushing up. A couple hundred came out. SPX. They're gonna hit that liquidity down there. Slip ranging right here. It's starting to slip violently, but I'm not.
There you go. Fuck.
Just not seeing delta response. 38,964. So there was selling in the SPX.
Yes, 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 Yes. Yeah. Yes. Yulia is calling me as well. Everyone's calling me. I don't want to answer. What did she say? No, I'm not fucking happy. Yes. I don't care.
It's getting really goofy right here.
Uh, you don't have to tell her anything. I don't want. I don't want to talk to her. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not happy with her message. You know, there is a line of. You know, I don't care. Don't worry, Fred. I'll deal with it. Don't get meddled in it. Okay. Yeah. There's a lot of things that's not going well, and I can say that I can say that myself, Fred. There's a lot of things that is not going well, and I will tell. I have the balls to say it. I don't worry about it, Fred. Okay, you don't have to do anything for me. Okay, I have the balls to do shit like that. I am not scared. I don't have time to talk to her. I don't care. Bye.
Nine. I wonder if it's gonna roll over just to get that fucking shit up higher. It's a very goofy area. 39,962. You got that liquidity down there in those 60s.
Let's go to 774 and I will long you.
So they're sweeping it low in here. We're at 41,000. They're running it into that reclaim a bit. SPX is at 40K. $41,000.
Where?
Definitely running trap ranges, little trap slips. What is ES doing? Is ES still pushing its low on the inventory? These over here, these future options are experiencing some unwinding for whatever reason. 40,000 SPX still. The question is this going to drift or what are they going to do? I know in the 66 area it's very fucking goofy. Like it starts to get weird in there with the way it dances. Starting to see big reloads the other way over here. If you really zoom out, the overarching story is still a bunch of bids had ate up more. So what's the short term? Because I don't have the SPX options. Because I can get future options from Sierra Shards for free, easily. The tickers are there. With SPX, I have to get the data from somewhere else. Tastyworks. So right now I'm running a fucking test. I have an API. See, it makes more sense to me to use the future options just to test the theory. So that way, if getting the SPX data from an outside source seems like it would be more of a pain in the ass than actually pulling option flow from straight out of Sierra charts. So why put myself through a pain in the ass issue of trying to build a bunch of shit without even seeing if the options is a worthwhile endeavor to pursue?
SB1.
There's no adjusting notionally, it's 1-to-1. Almost nearly as much volume comes in through future options as ES. Can I get it to work? The data's there. If you have CME, you have future options. With the SPX, I gotta go through a Tastyworks API. And I gotta see if, like, I gotta test it, make sure it's correct. And it just doesn't make sense for me to do all that work without even seeing if there's anything here. Do the future options first. So the SPX is running in the background. It's running a test right now. So it will be coming. Hopefully we have the full book by Friday or tomorrow. Probably not tomorrow. We're still at 40,000 on SPX. So there would be a negative delta since the open on SPX, at least for the 0 days, for like 6 days or something. It's 3,000 tickers that's rolling through here. So really notionally adjusted, you would probably see a negative delta in all this price action for 80,000. But we're in this range. So there's been more selling going on in SPX, but for some reason somebody is bidding it. Definitely running traps in here with this price action now. So I don't know if maybe they're like taking out in here, very slowly exiting some of this position. But all I can tell you is there's a massive fucking reload in here.
Oh wow.
And future ES is starting to reload as well. This is the only one that's not reloading, is the options on the futures. Bunch of trap inventory there. I mean, there's trapped inventory across the whole fucking board. Thing is, I need the entire. Oh, it's down at 39,000, 38,000, 39,000 SPX. I wonder if Trump's gonna say something. I would like him to.
Whatever. Don't switch the drive. Oh, I cannot hear.
SPX negative delta. Very quiet. Negative 41,000 SPX. SPX is going more and more negative delta here. So this has been rising up. Not by much, but look at that fucking, look at ES just outrights. future options dumping now? There's just so much fucking negative delta across all of it. Futures, future options, and SPX.
Order filled. Order cancelled.
Coin flip. It is a coin flip. Well, Fat Cat is on the other one for me. It's doing options actually.
We're at 42,000 SPX negative delta.
It's an SPX options. Okay, don't fake me out.
Negative 42,800 SPX contracts. Negative 43,000 SPX. 43,245. Negative 43,297. Again, that's good. That's 44,000 SPX.
Stop saying that. For fuck's sake. Ugh.
Liquidity on 66.
Where is the liquidity on 66? Oh my god, this thing. Oh, come on.
Huge volume spike, yes.
Fade that fucker now.
Order cancelled.
A little bit of flow is coming out of it. SPX is down to negative 42,000 off 44,000. Price is also moving though, so maybe this is an unwind.
Order filled. Order cancelled.
London closed, Greg, right?
Order cancelled.
It's a London close. Drop it.
About 4,000 contracts just came out of SPX on the long side. I want to take a break soon, but it's kind of long.
Order cancelled.
It's like how long you sit here. You know? But the thing is, I'm watching this SPX flow. Dude, a lot of it has come out. It's now at negative 32,000, negative 32,000. Why is SPX unwinding?
Because it's flowing on the negative of the volatility. See? Do you have Fat Cat's feed? It's ridiculous. Do you understand it?
Which is like a 16,000 equivalent to what we're seeing here.
I think that's what I need. I think I need some muta.
I took a loss. Was sitting at 66s for 31 minutes long. Lost 1,200. There's just a huge shift in that SPX play. Okay, it's climbing back up, but ridiculous liquidity down here. So 33,000, the little has come in.
Order cancelled.
Took a short, just exited. Picked up 1,500. I lost 1,200 on the prior trade. So went short 64.75, 62.25. That was SPX. Starting to climb again.
Order cancelled.
Let's start to climb back up.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled.
Okay, but what are you looking at? What are you looking at? We're looking at the 40. We're looking at the 40.
Order cancelled.
I think we're looking at the 40, right? I think so.
Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order filled.
Done. Motherfucker, done.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled.
Đi long anh này. Yeah, fat cats and SPX options, you know. So can you hear him? I got him on the other side. Let him be. He's trading his bloody options, he says. Yeah, I'm just listening to him in the background. Yeah. Apparently his long 37, I think so. Can you see his screen? I'm sure 62. There, yes, though. Yeah. If you can see his, what's his profit at the moment? I put me on mute. Yeah. It's freaking hard. This ping pong is painful in my eyes, you know. It's giving and hands off until 40. 49.25, baby. Yeah. I need to pee. Oh my god, we did drop it already, so we can go to sleep. So, yeah, my phone kept, you know, oh my god, I'm telling you, you know what, on CPI days, it's like this, yeah, oh, there's a solar eclipse today, that's probably why I'm going batshit mad. It's alright, I ate, I did sleep though.
37,000 SPX. It's interesting because SPX is not.
What's he looking at? Oh, will you just dump it? 6, 8, 9, 10. What do you think? What are you looking at? Oh my god, this 6, 6.
38,000 SPX. 38,150.
What's he saying, Thanos, by the way? What? That's very... yeah. But can we just bloody break it then? Where are we? What are we looking at? 5, 6, what? I am bored. I am bored. 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 Do you think that's a fade? I know. Oh, yeah, I know. Oh, my word.
There's a few hot pockets.
40 minutes of these choppy chop, baby. Well, I don't think Morgana will be. Well, that's not even worth it to see the full eclipse. It's cloudy where I am. Oh, well, how are you gonna see the eclipse? I don't even have glasses anyway. God, you're not even aware, are you? Look at that. Of course it's gonna hit the overnight low, isn't it? Oh, will you
Order
just
cancelled.
stop, you bollocks.
Order cancelled.
Yeah. Yeah. I got him on the. I got him on the Discord thing.
Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order filled. Order filled. Order cancelled. 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 Order filled. Order cancelled.